this stupid screen. There we go. That's better. No, it's not. Just tilt my screen. There we go. That's better. Everything's okay, Kerbska. We're all good now. All right, everybody. We are on Dabble Worlds tonight. Burger, hello. It is good to see you. Kerbska, Bowser, Pixel, Ninja. Everybody, thanks for coming out. We got a great show for you tonight. So I hope you're all ready to learn some things. I get you. So first off, I hear there are new levels. Oh, geez. Yeah, there are. Okay, I haven't beaten that one. There are. Okay, I saw some of this while I was washing dishes. The person ever to stream playing your own game. Ever? Come on now. All right, hold on. So first off, I need to unmute this and do mute this. Players, I mean, I'm going to. I've got 3 levels to play. Chances are we're going to play them all. The third one, you tell me. All right, so we have... Which I saw this... Oh, what? That's hilarious. I saw this and I loved it immediately. Are you ready? You've not seen this, Burger? Oh my gosh. Here we go. Pixel even timed the level to the music. What the crap? Oh, jeez. Okay. Oh, this is so good, Pixel. You even did alternating red and blue, like, background stars. Oh my gosh, Pixel. You have neumed. Do a little regrab there. Oh, okay, I gotta wait for that to go all the way down. That was unintentional. Well, it works. Oh, gee. Rule 1. I just go flying off the side of the screen there every time I die. Love it. Oh man, that is rough. Yeah, that is hilarious. You actually made Mume. Pixel, do I need to add in a dash crystal just for you? That's the true reward for doing... Oh man, I bounced off a pig. That's the true reward for making a good level, is you just get one item added, no questions asked. I really like the different colors for indication. That's so good. This is a hard level, I will say. Also, clear rates are going to be so skewed by just the crowd that this game is drawing in. It is not the same kind of difficulty levels you're going to see in Mario Maker. The super crown. Let's not give that too much thought. Oh. Would it also come with ultras? Oh, jeez. I'm glad you found a use for like super long platforms. Oh, there I go again, hitting that one pig. That would help with wave dashing. There you go. Well, see, here's the thing. The main premise of the game. I love this background. Like, You wouldn't think that the red and blue would work too well together, but it actually... I don't know. Whee! I like it. Bone bucket, snail shellette. So the main premise of the game is like you're holding things above your head, and that creates different effects, like the umbrella. Pig Armada. So it's like Dash Crystal gets tricky because you're not holding that above your head, really. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Do a midair. No! No! What the crap, Pixel? That's amazing. That's so good. Yes, Ninja. Yes, you can take damage if an enemy bumps into you while you're in a cannon. Pixel, that's so good. Oh my gosh. So, Big Jelly, there are auto-scroll triggers in this game that start the screen scrolling, and if you put more than one down, it just makes the screen scroll even faster. So that lets you do things like custom auto-scroll levels. Whee! And so Pixel has just stacked a ton of them to make the most amazing level I've seen. So after we play these 3 new levels, we're gonna start building some new stuff for tonight. I don't know how much stuff we're gonna finish. Oh man. Yeah, it's very ROM hacky. I love it. Min jump. Yes. Oh, well, that's okay. That's okay. The crabs were... Do a midair. I like that you give me just enough time. No! How? I don't even know what killed me. Yeah, you can... I'm neutraling. I'm holding run, even though it doesn't make a difference. Just because I'm a gamer. That plays a lot of Mario games. Oh, jeez. The pig swarm. The red L killed me. Of course it did. I just wasn't sure when it was going to happen. Oh my gosh, I love this level so much. Now, Pixel, did you get a single life clear on this? Do a midair. Oh, you got it. 5-minute world record. Like. Can't escape all these L's. Oh, you did. You totally did. 34-second. Okay. Oh, that's so good. All right, from Ninja Nugget, we've got 1-1, but it's Dabble World. And there's that wee sticking out of the side of the screen. Dupu with the world record, just under 34 seconds. There are no corner boosts, FYI. I like how you've overlaid some semi-solids on top of the ground. Why am I even getting these? Oh, well, there's our world record strat right there. That is not that fast, honestly. Is this faster than running? I don't know. Oh, that's a star. Oh, that's gotta be faster than running, because I just got world record there. Dupu didn't grab the rocket. Oh, there's a secret room. Okay. Oh, yeah, because there's a door. I was so focused on world recording. I should know. I should, shouldn't I? Nice. Ah, pig! Got him. Oh, there you go. Oh, and there it is. Look at that. Whee! Very good. Very faithful recreation. All right, and then we've got... what was the other? There we go. Dunes of Sloth. Ow, with his 7 deadly sins. Ooh, we're doing rings here. Oh, that's all right. That was a speed strat. Oh, world record strats. Dang it. I really don't like the I don't like whatever's gonna be happening with that. Oh, I like the cactus stack. That actually kind of looks pretty sweet. Run away! All right, we made it out. Pufferfish in quicksand. Uh-oh, took a little damage. I don't think the damage sound effect is playing right now, and I'm not sure why. Uh-oh, gotta get that for the fans. Ow. There you go. The Oasis. Josh Bones, the man, the myth, the legend. Hey, thank you for doing the Dabble World stream the other day. That was really fun. So there we go. Oh, wait. Oh, Germ Dove got... Oh, Germ Dove. All right. Hot off the presses as far as... Well, maybe not. We have Full Volume City. Yeah, Al's stuff looks so good. Okay, those are spikes. Oh, okay, we're doing some surfs. Yeah, I've noticed a weird bug with the background, and I'm not sure exactly what's happening. Oh, definitely. We'll do a bounce. Do a little re-grab. Uh-oh. That guy kind of blends into the background a bit. Oh, okay. Coin indicators. I see it. Oh. Okay. Boop, boop, boop. Ah, it's time to... Oh, geez, that's pretty precise. I like it. That timing is actually really good. Oh yes, I did. I enjoyed that one. I thought the pigs in cages were really cool. They really are, aren't they? You can just use them for all kinds of stuff. Oh! I broke it. I broke the timing. Yeah, that's a lot of my goal with the different background options is like there's some exceptions that are like, okay, that's obviously such and such. But for the most part, I really want to make, dang it, that keeps happening. I really want to make it so that things are like very basic geometric shapes. That's like, you can hint that they're basically anything and they can be stacked with other stuff to make cool combinations. Oh, that is mean. Yeah, I'm really glad you guys are enjoying it. That's obviously that's a big thing for me. something I've been worrying about for the past, like, 4 months. It's like, after you get past the first 100 or so hours of game development, you start to wonder, like, wait a second, what if people don't really enjoy it? Oh, that's a fun move. I like that. All right, a quick check. Okay, yeah, we got them all. Hopefully things will start sorting in the right order again. With the newest stuff when you first load, you'll see the newest stuff at the top. And if you scroll up, you'll see the oldest stuff. Hopefully. I screwed around with things because I realized that the upload date is not actually the date I should be sorting by, because you could upload a level long before it's public. And that would be dumb if, like, you publish a level and then it's like 6th or 7th down on the most recent list. As soon as you publish it, it should be at the top. And so now I am storing not just the upload time, but also the publish time. Previously, I wasn't storing those separately. All right, guys, we're gonna make some stuff tonight. Who's excited? Who's excited? All right. So I've got a list of stuff that I know people want. All right. So let's see here. Front and center, I know that there's no quick retry option if you're playing on keyboard. That is a gamepad only option right now. We need to fix that. So let's fix that. You have like 20 ideas. First of all, this is gonna be way too small for you guys to see what in the world is happening. All right, hold on. Well, I'm glad you switched to controller, because that was the goal all along. All right, hold on. Need to find the setting. Where is it? Where do they put the settings? Preferences? Settings. Control comma. Font size. Here we go. I can bump it up right here. Let's bump it up to a nice 20. Let's see if that looks a little bit better. Yeah, that's much better. Okay. All right, keyboard handler. All right, guys, so here are the list of all possible key actions. Doors are really buggy. You fall through semi-solids when exiting on top of one, and you don't to the nearest. So there was an issue with horizontal doors that I think I fixed, but we can look into that tonight. Semi-solids, that's a weird one. Let's take a look at that as well. So retry action. Reset. That's it. Reset. What should it be? Q? I don't like Q. And that's specifically because you got your fingers on WASD. Really easy to accidentally hit Q. Let's put it a little bit more out of the way. Let's make it... R is similarly close. T is maybe a little bit better. Let's throw it on T. There we go. I think that's far away enough that you won't accidentally hit it, but you can still stretch and reach it while you're playing. Okay. And I'm gonna make sure that we are... Well, this might be version 1.1. I don't know. Depends on what we get in here. Let's call it 1.10. We'll do a minor version every week if we can manage it. I don't think we can manage it, but if we do, that'd be great. Okay, and now we are going to also get up this is the other thing I've got is our version history page. I want to make sure that I am updating that with all the things we're doing. keyboard binding for quick retry. Okay. Version 1.1. We're gonna make that our big list of changes we're doing. Okay. There already is a wire death block. Would it be better for doors to fall when the balloon is attached? Okay, so here's the rules. Oh, get a little drink. We got some sparkling cider tonight because Hovercat made her cider battered chicken, and so we got a nice little bit of something to drink when we work. It is Welch's. It is carbonated apple juice, basically. It is non-alcoholic, and it is overpriced. It is good, though. It is quite good. Okay, so here's the deal with balloons. The rule on balloons, as far as I'm concerned, yeah, Zappy block is a solid block that when it gets powered, it becomes a death block. Zappy wire is basically a wire that when it has power, passing through it is a death block. All right, so the rule on balloons is that as soon as a balloon is popped, the thing it's connected to goes back to its normal behavior. Whatever its normal behavior is, I don't know what that is. The balloon doesn't care what that is, but whatever it is, it starts doing its normal rules. And doors, their normal rule is do not fall. Never fall. So I could see there being a separate type of door that operates differently. But let's look into, okay, so let's see. Okay, we got controller support for scrolling. We got controller support for quick retry. Let's look into this door glitch we're hearing about. Go. Let's just have a nice snowy landscape. All right, let's just have a line of ground. Semi-solid. You pass through the semi-solid. That I think I totally get why that would happen. I don't like it, but yeah, I think I get why. It will fall through. Wait, no. Where's the one-ways? They are in gadgets. Scroll down a little bit. We got one way down, left, up, and right. Beautiful. Okay, so doors, you fall through semi-solids when exiting on top of one. Hang on, what if I jump down? Oh, I bet, hang on, let me try landing down and holding up. Because I wonder if it's something like if I've got negative momentum or something. Well, Pixel's got a work in progress glitch upload. All right, while we're waiting on that, let's tackle my least favorite thing right now. Everyone else's favorite, which is mid-airs. Hold on. Oh, and I bet you guys didn't know, but if you're in the editor, you can, oh geez, this is super tangled. You can use the reset button to start the gameplay and to change it back to edit mode. It's just a little pro tip for you there. Okay, mid-airs, consistently reproducible. It happens if the player gets placed down after the shell has been placed down. So check this out. This left shell I cannot midair off of, but this right one I can. Hold on. Maybe? Maybe? Well, maybe not. Oh well, doesn't matter. So the issue with this, apparently, we pull up our debugger here. All right, so let's try it here. Make sure. There he goes. Okay. And the reason that can happen, if I check the sprites, our sprite list is the gear, the player, and then the shell. Do you have a kill block that you can throw other sprites through? Yes. Thorny vines. The pink, like kelpie block, like the NES Ninja Turtles block. This deadly block. This deadly block. The rest of them should be solid from some direction, but not necessarily every direction. Okay, so if we erase this shell and put another shell in its place, now we look at our list. The player, wait, hang on, player shell. It's the opposite of what okay, hang on. So that's what I expect. And then if I place the player down, now we have shell followed by player. In which case the bug happens for no good reason. Why the crap does that happen? But what is supposed to happen is that the sprites should be in a vaguely set order. There's not a lot of rules that matter. The most important one, here we go, level layer. Yeah, here we go. We order the sprites every frame such that we look at motors first, platforms second, and then everything else third. That is the ordered sprites list. So what we're gonna do, honey, you can climb. That could be interesting. I was also thinking some kind of wall jump surface that doesn't stick would be cool as well at some point. So what we're gonna do is we are going to we're gonna say that the player comes next, followed by all the sprites that are not platforms, not motors, and not the player. I think that, let's say let players, just to be sure. Because if I start having like cloned dabbles at some point, or a case where there is no players, there we go. Oh, not that. Player. Okay. That should fix it. Shocking. Ah, I see. Honey that slides down. Ooh, that could be cool. So I actually specifically, all right, we're gonna drop this now. So this is the main game here. We're gonna block that out. Okay, so now we should have a new version of the game loading right here, right now. That's not what I wanted, but whatever. Okay. So yeah, that doesn't that doesn't let you. This should also not let you. But it didn't before, so that's fine. And then this normally would let you. Uh-oh. Crap. What's the... Wait, hang on. What's the order here? Gold Gear, Player, Shell. What the crap? Hey, thanks. Did I am running the local copy. The sprites are in the order I expect them to be. Wait, no, they're not. No, they're not. Huh. They're not in the order I expect them to be. I expect to see motors, platforms, players, and then everything else. So... why is the gear coming first? Why is the gear showing up there? Wait a second. All right, so where is this happening? Why is everything getting scrambled around again? Okay, so this is on the layer update. There's nothing else that should be affecting this. What? All right, hang on. All right. So, when in doubt, when you're really, really unsure about what in the world is happening, throw a log. That's probably it. I haven't reconfigured. I haven't recompiled. That's it. TypeScript. I keep forgetting that's even a thing. Okay, now we should be good. All right, here we go. Wait, what was that? Okay, that's fine. Oh, favicon. Yeah, we need to do one of those too. All right, this time for sure. Right. Throw that in second. And we should be... yeah, it's kicking it. He's kicking it. He's kicking it. What's our order of sprites? Player is first. Okay, that's it. We did it. Things are in the right order again. And it should be completely impossible to midair right now. Right? Maybe? I don't know. Maybe not. Who knows? I hope not. You sent a glitch level. Excellent. All right, let's take a look. Oh, and I can't actually access it here. Need to go back over to the main game here, the live game. All right, let's take a look. F11, tab, exit, reset levels. Where did he go? What was that? Hello? How big is this level, Pixel? Whoa! Okay, now hang on. I don't feel responsible for that. Okay. How big is it? Yes. Okay, so this is interesting. Ow. Oh, bit of my hand there. Yes. Okay. Okay. So what's happening is there's two rules that are going in a particular order. One, the player update. Player logic fires first, and it says, hey, if you are doing an auto scroll, make sure that the player has to stay on screen. That's the first rule. The second rule in place that fires next is the cannon that says if the player is flagged as being in the cannon, make sure the player is stuck on the cannon. So what's happening is the player is every frame teleporting back and forth between being pushed by the auto scroll and being warped back to the cannon, back and forth over and over again. Aww. All right, guys. What happens? What happens if you are in a cannon, but the auto scroll gets you off screen? Do you die? Do you get auto fired out of the cannon? Auto fire out of the cannon can be ugly. Dying doesn't feel great, but if you're not keeping up with the auto scroll, you know? That's equivalent to being stuck behind a wall, right? You're stuck behind the wall of the cannon. What do we think? What should happen? How should the game respond to that? That is a goofy... That's a goofy one. I gotta get Photoshop up while we're at it, because we gotta draw some indicator arrows. Oh, interesting. Ninja Nugget says that hitting retry only does 1 damage. That's believable. Let's see here. Key action, reset. If is pressed, key action reset. Initial button press only, then call player dead. Well, that's not what we thought happens. Spiderweb dick will block. That could be nice. Let's go to a level that has hearts. I die instantly. Let me see if it maybe is something that happens if you have 2 hearts. What are you talking about, Ninja Nugget? Oh, I can't reach. Oh. Okay. If I click retry. That one. Okay, yes, that is something we can fix. Okay. All right, that's more like it. That's more like it. Okay, so that is our retry button, not our other thing. So let's see. Retry event. Yep, it does on player hurt. Change that to on player dead. Bug fixed. All right, add that to the list here. Bug fix. Good call out. Retry button in pause menu. Now insta-kills player instead of merely damaging. Instead of causing one hit of damage. There we go. Good call out there. Okay. That's not going to be a complete level, is it? The thing is that level codes can get kind of long. Glitch Hunter. You're now officially a glitch hunter. Good on ya. Hold on. Dabble Master. Loading. I see. It's all coming together now. All right, we still got a lot of other things on the board tonight. You know, the board that we have. All right, guys, let's talk indicator arrows. The people want indicator arrows. What are we gonna make those? Are we gonna do anything with them, or are they purely aesthetic? I mean, they probably should be aesthetic. Oh yeah, let me try it. Let me see if that actually is a full level. Ah. Oh, perfect. Look at that. So this should... Yeah, so right now... What's the player's position? Who knows? Yeah, so ultimately the way the game is built, block rotation is going to be a syntactic sugar for replace this with another specified block. There will not be actual block rotation, but if we make a set of 4 items or more items, I don't think actual rotation of blocks will be doable. Like, I'm trying to think if there's any way we could, but I think ultimately what it's going to be is like, I'm going to have to predefine, like, okay, you have AND gate, and then you can press, like, R to rotate it to the next AND gate in the list. Yeah, it'll basically just be an easier way to toggle between sets of rotated items, but there actually have to be those items in the game code somewhere. They don't have to be listed in the editor, though, so we could simplify this whole mess quite a bit by just having a single button item, and then when you place it, like, you just press R to rotate it, and that's it. Like, that would be pretty cool, actually. I'd be down with that. That would make this whole menu a lot smaller, because, jeez, I hate it. And it doesn't have to just be the ones that are, like, 90 or the ones that there's a set of 4. Like, horizontal track and vertical track could be a pair of rotatable options. And I'm sure there's others. Direction of conveyor belts. That could be one. But yeah, that is something that can happen eventually, but that is going to be a bigger undertaking because the system isn't really built for that yet. Plus, it'd get a little bit rough for some items that have, like, directional properties. No, I get you. Like, I do want to have, like, different variants of spike blocks and spears. Maybe icicles? I don't know. But yeah, I think at some point having a few items that are rotatable would be very handy. So arrows will eventually be tacked on there, but initially not the case. Yeah, sideways spikes, that kind of thing. Okay, so arrows. I'm thinking probably a single, like, full tile item you know, similar to diodes, a little bit bigger. Like a full tile. These kind of don't go all the way to the edge. Let me make a new file here. We want 45 degrees on this, I think. I think we absolutely want to have 8 directions. Yeah. Okay, I'm getting my Photoshop loaded up here. Big arrows. Ugh. That one's especially tricky. Because of the tiling. So here's a weird thing. I don't know if you guys have noticed this. This is what you get when you have, like today in the editor, when you have a block that doesn't perfectly fit within the 12 by 12 pixel block. All right, so check this out. That. Like the block exists right here, but it's kind of drawn down here as well. It kind of overhangs a bit. And so when I erase it, it doesn't immediately clear all that, which is annoying. It's not like a huge problem or anything. You know what? Let's find out what would happen. What would happen if I had a big arrow? Like, let's, you know, for sake of argument, let me just really quickly make a very basic big arrow block. I just want to see what will happen here if I do this. Let's call this, oh, not there. That's not where we want this to be. We want this to be in, save it to the actual game code. Games, images, test.png. And it immediately restarts the game, even though I haven't done anything else. All right, so this is gonna be a little bit goofy. This is my super amazing setup here. I just tell it how many columns there are, how many rows there are, and it divides the image for me. But that means that every image file has to be in a perfect tiled grid. All right, so we're gonna have image test, and we're gonna have a sprite. No, it's not gonna be a sprite. We're gonna try for a tile here. Tile type. Okay. Tile type is a pretty big file here. The last tile added to the game was Ice Top, which was added in like the last 3 days before release because GermDub needed it. He just really needed it. Test arrow is going to be the name of this tile. Okay, so here's the structure of a tile type. You have to give it a unique name. That's easy enough. You have to tell it what the image file is, which row and column it is, what its solidity is, what layer it goes on, let's say wire layer, and then any special rules that apply to it, which is none. And then the last thing we need to do on this file is we actually have to add it to the Grandmaster order of tiles. This right here is where we register things for like the file format of the level so that it knows, hey, empty tile is tile number 0, regular orange ground is tile number 1, orange block is tile number 2, etc. Like all that is handled. That's where this order is kept right here. Okay, and then we want to actually add it to the editor because we actually need to add it somewhere. And we're just going to put it in gadgets. Gadgets. Why not? Gizmos. Tile type, test arrow. And we're going to give it the tooltip, test arrow. All right. Let's see what happens. I'm curious to see what this is going to do. right, here we go. Gadgets. Ooh, it's a big boy. Hello? Huh. And it's gone. What? Drew, hello! We're doing some experimenting to see if we can make tiles that are too big to fit in the tile grid. That was, you know what? Out of all the things I expected that could have happened, things like it getting squished or just having some weird artifacts, just nothing. That was not something I was expecting. Let's drill into the layer drawing code here. Okay, so what we do. Oh, really? Oh, okay. Well, I definitely want to kind of shake away from this big arrow idea. You know what? Let's get the little arrows. Let's get the little arrows. You type, and we're gonna draw some little arrows. All right, guys. What color are arrows? What do we want? All the same color, right? That makes sense. Let me get my palette open. Where's my palette? Oh, jeez. Ah, jeez. All right. Where'd I put the palette? I got specific colors that I want to stick to, where possible. There we go. There's our colors. We don't want them to be single color. Single color bad because if your background matches, you just flat out can't see the arrow. That's terrible. Big red arrows, goldenrod arrows. Not blue. Blue is a common sky color. Kind of a pinkish color I could see working pretty well. You know, that's a little too pink. Do we go for bright red? Maybe this kind of darker red even? Let's do like one of these here. Like, we're going for a very simple arrow. We'll do an outline, definitely. White outline is good, right? Is that good? What's the verdict on that? Is that... Now I'm leaning back towards the bright red. I do like the bright red better. It could be multiple colors. Red and golden. Might be hard cheesable. I like that. Oh, what about like candy stripes? What if? Ooh, wait a second. What if we give it like a pink? Oh, hang on, that might be it. Something like this. Is that what we want? That's almost right. Yeah, we're getting indicators. That's pretty close to what I want, I think. Yay or nay, chat? What do we think? Is that a decent arrow? Superpowers, ability to store things inside of bricks. Bricks have been brought up, as have invisible blocks, but more for Kaizo reasons. Fake walls. Fake walls is on my list of things to explore, because I'll have to do a visual effect. And I think I have an idea on how we can do it. Double the pink up, like thicker pink. Well, now it's just pink with red stripes. If enemies could drop things, that could be something. I make this pink a little softer. How's that? Have the pink and red the same thickness. I like that. Let's try that out. Then a line of 2. Then a line of 2. Oh, I think you're onto something there, Pixel. That looks good. Incentive to collect coins. Okay, so the coins will have a use. I don't want to spoil too much, but that'll hopefully be if I can get the right system built for an endless mode. There are 2 main things that are blocking me from getting endless mode started. One of them is there's just not enough levels, and the other is huge spoiler, so I'm not even gonna say it. But there will be endless mode, and coins will be usable in the endless mode within that run. Win conditions, I'm on the fence about, because I really like the creative ideas that people come up with to make them happen, like in lieu of having them. Oh, see, here's something I gotta be careful with, is when I do this mess. Ugh. Alright, we're gonna fix that. Alright, you know what? You know what we're gonna do? Is we're gonna fix that. Change this to a pencil eraser. Ugh, that's ugly. Okay, there we go. See, now it seems like the arrow is thinner, pointing that way, which, because it is. And then that just doesn't look quite right. Nor does that. That's okay. That's decent. That's decent. All right. So this to here, to here, here, here. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is something completely different. Just have diagonal lines. Yeah, so what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna coat this with the same... Should the diagonals be going the same way regardless of which way the arrow is pointing? Like, would that be cool? Some way of keeping track of giant coins collected. Yes. So that was part of the reason that I thought of it, is like, what if there's like a special... Actually, this doesn't work as well. There was an idea I had months ago when I was still kind of in the early development stages of this, of basically having 2 different world records. Any percent and all doubloons. And I don't know if that's a dumb idea or not. It's a heck of a lot more coding. But it could certainly be interesting. It rewards replayability. It kind of doubles the clear, like the content in a sense. Yeah, I'm gonna keep the arrow. I'm gonna keep the diagonals going the same way, regardless of which way the arrow is pointing. I think. Or am I? Now I'm on the fence. I just can't get off of this fence. Gotta get off of this fence. Yeah, that's fine. I have first clear in the database, but I'm not really doing anything with it right now. Okay, so now we got, what? Did I put that on the wrong layer or something? I did, how about that? Okay, cool. Well, merge layers, delete this, crop all, duplicate, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, and now, all right, we're gonna rotate. Gracie, you cannot tell me that you need to go out. Not since you literally just went out, Gracie. Oh, I don't like it. I don't like him pointing that way. Yep, that was very intentional, Pixel. I knew people would want to do something like that, so I just ran with it. Yeah, that looks wrong to have the arrows pointing like that. Doesn't it? That does look wrong, right? Maybe I'm reading too much into this. I mean, it's an easy fix. Oh, whoops. Yeah, just like that. And that. And then that and that. That'll work. Everyone can compete for 100% speedrun, yeah. Yeah, so sub areas with doors, you can kind of perform that, but you can't do different backgrounds, because right now you're sort of boxed into levels are one area. Now, Al's done some really cool stuff in some of his levels to make it seem like you're in multiple different areas with different backgrounds. It kind of does some cheaty stuff there that turns out really good. Arrows. Got it. Save it. I still don't know why in the world. This 8 columns. Tile type. Arrow. Right. Gracie, really? All right, guys. Gracie needs to go out. Can you believe it? I'll leave some music running. Be right back. After I let her out again. Beer. I pulled up my phone to check and see what Germdub's up to on his version, on his Dabble World stream, and I'm just looking at it like, what the crap are you trying to do to my game, man? Grab. All right. Yeah, sub areas would be good. Yeah, it was really good. I really like that level, Al. Let's see. right, up, right, up. Upright, up, up, left, left, down, left, down, down, right, and then we make sure these names match here. And then we increment our X value on each of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then we go up here. Arrow right. Upright. Whoops. Up. Up left. Left. Whoops. It's arrow left. Left down. No, down left. Arrow down and arrow down right. And then we add it to the editor in this same exact order as all these, which I'm going to use Notepad to automate copy pasting all this mess, because ew. So I just got to do, still going to be a pain. All right, fine. Playing your second world with your friend online. Nice. How's that going? I should ask Dobbs about this, but I'll just test it myself. It's probably intended, whatever's happening. I just saw the level covered in hearts and slopes. The hearts don't have me. The hearts have my interest peaked, and I'm a little bit worried. The slopes, I'm just like, oh no. Naked slopes in general are, they can break things badly. I should parenthesize these. Right. Just for consistency here. Right, arrow up. Arrow left. Arrow left. Arrow down left. Arrow down. Down right. There we go. There's no logic with these. They don't do anything. They're on the wire layer. Is that okay? Do you guys figure? I can't think of a reason why it'd be bad to have them on the wire layer. There are 5 layers, for those that don't know, in the game. Let's pull those up. And you can overlay everything that you want. So you can put in the same layer, you can put ground. Hang on. You can put ground tiles. Well, tiles. You can put semi-solids overlaying those. You can put water overlaying those. You can put wires overlaying those, and on top of it all, you can then also put backdrop. So all of these different tiles, you got 5 different tiles overlapping. Those are the 5 tile layers. In addition to that, there's sprites, but those are completely separate. So, arrows, oh jeez, you know what, that's not too bad, honestly. So arrows will overwrite wires, but they can be put on everything else, which that can work. They will be drawn behind semi-solids, which is a little awkward in some cases, I think. Like if you were putting on frosty ice. That covers a lot of it, but you could actually make some cool stuff with that, I think. A little candy cane village going on here. That seems fine. Not even sure if it should be considered a gadget. Look at the up left arrows and the down. Uh-oh, did I mix those up? Up left. Uh-oh. Ah! Oh, but my precious candy striping. Oh yeah, because I've rotated it. Okay, so to do that, I need to do this and then this. And that. No, that's not the right. Dang it, I can't rotate around that. I'm just gonna have to do it by hand. Good catch, Pixel, thank you. One, two, 1, 2. One, two. Okay, and then this one right here. Is the flipped version of that. Boom, just like that. Merge those layers. Save that right back into the same spot. Yes, I'm sure I want to save. Thank you, Pixel. Chat's popping tonight, you know? Alright, let's take another look at that. Bow, bow, bow. Bow, 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 bow. Okay, they're all pointing the right way now. Cool. I'm satisfied with the arrows. I think they stand out. The most common background is gonna be this one right here because that's the default background, right? Like that's what everyone's gonna be using. Honestly, I should probably have put more thought into these default backgrounds in here because people are gonna use those a lot. Excellent. Lay that beautiful wall of junk on me here while I add this to our version history as a new feature. New feature. Added indicator arrows. 8 directions. Available in the, what do we call this exactly? Is this the gadgets? Yeah, the gadgets tab. They don't do anything. Purely decorative, no functionality. Character limit, that makes sense. Not a surprise. Okay, what else we doing here? Ba, 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 ba. Another glitch. Glitches are good. Let me see what else is on our list of things that need to be done. Indicator arrows, we got them. I don't want to work on UI stuff on stream because that's boring work. Someone wanted a sprite killer. Check new levels. Okay. All right. Oh, we got a new regular level here. Glitch go brrr. Let's see if this is a glitch. What do we got here? So I cannot... Well, actually, I don't know what's down there. Okay. Oh, okay. That's cool. Oh, dang it. All right. What is the glitch here, Ninja Nugget? Like, so far... Oh, is it that I can throw through here? Like if I drop it here, I can pick it up and it goes through the one-way. I don't know. I don't know, because sprites can go through walls. Like, if you had a wall here, I can still carry this through it. I'm kind of okay with that. That is just kind of part of the game, is that when you pick something up, it no longer has a hitbox as far as solids are concerned. So I'm okay with that. I kind of want to check out this Josh Bones level. What do we got? Oh, we got... Uh-oh. Okay, we got actual... All right, hold on. Am I clearing that? Oh, I think I am. Oh, geez. All right. That's a big boy jump. Oh, jeez. Retile. Oh, bye. Yeah, I think the expectation is grab that. Eyedropper, that's a good idea. Did you know that you can pin items to the toolbar? But I do like the idea of eyedropper. Now here's the question. Oh, there we go. Oh, dang it. I was there. What gets selected if there are multiple items on a tile? Is it everything? You hold the number. Oh, geez. Okay. Oh, I hope I didn't need that. I probably needed that. No, I didn't. I don't know if I cheesed that. I might have cheesed that. I don't know if you saw that, Josh. That felt cheesy. Hold the number and then click the item in the... Here, I'll show you. So, for instance, if I wanted to pin ladders, I hold 1 and click, and now there it is. It's got a green background instead of a blue background. And no matter what else you choose, it stays put. And to unpin it, you hold, I think, delete and then click it. Yeah. You can actually delete everything from your toolbar if you really want to. I don't suggest it, but you're welcome to. So that's something. Picker tool, or eyedropper. Middle click for mouse. If you don't have a mouse, we'll pick something else like eye. Eye is good. What do you guys think? Like in this case right here, I have a block with grass on it. Like it's a semi-solid overlapping a tile. If I click the picker tool on that, am I picking both of them? Like they both get added on to the toolbar as though they were selected? Ooh, that's a tricky one. Actually, I can probably get... Or, all right, here's an idea. Oh, this might be a dumb idea, but hear me out. Z and X. How about this, Sapphire? Would it be worth... It's okay to have space and control. What if we, like, is it okay to have space and control, but also Z and X? Like, what if either or worked? I want to add actual controller, like, keyboard mapping at some point, but until we get to that point, yeah, remapping is the tricky one, because then I have to have some way of saving your list of selections. I need to have a way of loading your selections from a saved list. And then the really awful part is I need to build a whole UI for, okay, Choose the action, and now please press the button that you want it to be for. Oh, I'm not sure. UI stuff is, like, I didn't build this in an engine, so I don't get any of the niceties of, like, existing UI frameworks. I can do HTML, JS, CSS all day long, but this is specifically running all in one canvas, kind of by design, to be like one single entity. And that does make it so that I can't just throw some HTML elements on top of things to kind of cheat it. Oh, we got Pixel's bug report here. Oops, I added a crab to it as well. Oh, okay, I see. Oh, do I need to... That's silly. Uh-oh. Is this it? Is this it, Pixel? Is this the bug? Oh, actually, now I'm warping through it. Oh, because I'm still tied to it as a platform. Ooh. Okay. There's a few things there. And this. Okay. What is this one? Yeah, okay, so I know what's going on there. So what it is when you enter a door, it is not breaking your tie to, like, the sprite that you're standing on. There we go, handle doors. Get paired door, start door transition. That also needs to have that you just stop writing whatever you're writing. Unless, yes, that does need to be, that if you are on a platform, you stop writing the platform. B for run and A for jump. Yeah, remapping is gonna be a fun one. And by that I mean it's gonna be a fun one. But it is something I need to do. Because I know that there's just a ton that needs to happen to make that work. Like, I know there are all kinds of tools out there where you can map any button to any keyboard event or to any other button, but, like, that's a pain to set up. It'd be so much nicer if it was in the game. But it's gonna be a few hours of work easy. Same thing happens with water and quicksand. Oh yeah, let's see this other... Oh wait, no. So wait, what? What with water and quicksand? Like with the door transition? So process door transition does all this mess. It moves. Yeah, start door transition says move this sprite from door to exit door. Oh, like if you... Oh, I think I see what you mean. So if I had, for instance, some quicksand, which normally I fall very slowly through, if I'm instead on a platform, yeah, it just slurps me right down through it. Tricky. Okay. How do we do that? How do we manage that? Is quicksand a special... So the way that quicksand technically works is it reduces your gravity and increases your inertia. I think. So do we break you off of your platform? I'm gonna give that one some thought. I'm not sure what I want to do with that. Like, it definitely doesn't feel right for it to kind of pull you down. Yeah, I need to think about that one. Yeah, so the trick there is basically each of those different sprite, like those different modifiers, that's just a completely different sprite, basically. And I can do that, but it just means I gotta add a lot of new enemies. Should the quicksand slow down the platform? Here's an idea. Let's see here. Sprites, platforms. So that is a shaky platform. Yeah, apply gravity and then move by velocity, but it does not. It's this floats in water business. But that implies that it is... base platform has a... Nope, it does not. Okay. Oh, react to water. There it is. Yeah, and I can add those. I can add those, definitely. We should probably add at least one enemy before the end of the night. Parabeetle clone. So basically something you can ride on, and that, like, do we want to straight up clone Parabeetle? Like, either way, we want a sprite that we can ride on, right? Like an enemy, but you can ride on it. Like, Clam kind of works, but it'd be nice to have something that doesn't keep, like, attacking you. Something more docile. Ride on and control its vertical movement to some degree. Okay, I see what you mean. Much like a Parabeetle. Let's see. So we can go straight up Parabeetle, which is like, you know, it dips down and then it starts going up while you're riding on it, so that you can, like, by cycling your jumps, you can, like, push it down, or you can just let it keep on going up. Or we can inverting that feels weird. Like, it could be something that, like, by default goes up, but then while stood on, like, slowly sinks. Yeah, we may just straight up clone Parabeetles. What to theme it around, though? We have enough pigs. Flying snail. Well, I can't pass up the opportunity to make it a flying snail. Ah, I gotcha. Now, I will say, in order to make it clearer, I feel like putting a platform on its back. Like it's been strapped to its back or something. Like it's a winged snail that's got, like, a platform on its back. Or at least just, like, a flattened shell of some kind. Make it look like it's got, like, I don't know, some crusty buildup on it. Let's think about theming just a bit. I gotta get Gracie back inside because she is still out there. So I will be right back. Gracie's inside, but she decided to stay downstairs, which means she's gonna scratch on the door in like 3 minutes to want to come up. Okay, so your mascot is a blue snail. Should we make a blue snail? Or Sapphire Drew? Let's see here. Dev. Images. Snail. Snail. Here's our snail. That's it. We have 2 frames of snail right here. I like that shade of blue and a little bit of sheen on it. Snail. There he is. Alright, so this snail is going to be special because he's going to be blue. But also he's going to have wings. It's carnival music. And there's Gracie, like clockwork. That was way less than 3 minutes. Snail. First off, the color. We need to get our palette. Because we want to stick to the palette. That's important. To me, at least. So this is going to be something. I'm going to need to give this snail a little bit of depth. Because I don't want him to blend into the sky. So let's start with our just base blue here. Let's give him a little bit of sheen, a little sparkle. He looks icy. He looks downright icy. There we go, there we go. Yeah, that's about right. And then kind of a darker blue for the shell itself. And can we go even darker still? We do have a darker shade of blue. Oh, there we go. That's what I'm looking for. Oh yeah. It does look a little icy. All right. So something else tricky about this guy is he's got to have wings sticking out of him somewhere. And also, I don't think we need the shells, like the shells on their own yet. Like, for now, there's not going to be really a way to flip him over. At some point, probably yes. But initially, he's just kind of doing his own thing. So let's get a new layer going and do some nice. Let's just start with kind of a grayish color. And work from there. Let's see here. Basically that, I think. Like that's basically it. We're gonna fix the colors on the wings, but I think like that's our animation. Oh wait, we will probably have a darker background wing. Oh yeah, stack all the fluids. I don't care, go for it. Fluid that doesn't use swim mode, but does. I have that in the game. It's built in, and it looks so ugly. I took it out. Great minds think alike. If I can get a better graphic going for it, it is back in. This is... There's our... Get our white back in here. Okay. Then get kind of a little background wingage going on here. A little extra wingage. Maybe a little darker than that. This one here. Yeah, that seems good. What is the size? What is the size of our snail here? Our snail tile is yay big, so we can go out one more tile on this side. There we go. That looks fine. Not bad, honestly. So one thing I want to do is give him some kind of like obvious platform indication here. Like, hey, I am a platform. Actually, that kind of looks all right. I could go with kind of a more like I could put one of these browns out, make it kind of like a wooden platform on top of him. And then like strap it to him with ropes. Give him like a little bit of a, well, kind of more, is there something that we can do that's kind of middle-ish? Oh, the green is nice because it's kind of muted. Like something like this. You see what I'm going for here? Kind of earthy. And then it kind of shifts a little bit while he's flying upward. I hope he got all the kinks worked out there. It was a fun level. Just don't want to get too carried away with the coloration here. Yeah, he's got, yeah. And then we'll give some nice little, oh wait, go darker, one shade. There we go. Give him like little straps here. Okay, that kind of reads, right? I feel like I went a little bit overboard on the colors, but really? That's weird. I don't understand why that would be the case. Hang on. What the crap? Give me a baseball. So it kills him unless it's on a balloon. What? But why? What? What? Oh, I get it. That's unintended. I think I know why. Okay. So balloons are technically motors. Bet you didn't know that. Okay, motor. Motor says when you're doing the update, move connected sprite. Okay. Move connected sprite says that if the connected sprite has not yet been updated this frame, go ahead and do its shared update code, its regular update code, and then mark it as updated this frame. But enemies actually have one extra step there. Let's see here. Yeah, look at this. Enemies have one extra step, which is the enemy-specific update code, which is, which also handles projectile damage. That is why motors break them. We gotta fix that. Yeah, and then after we update the sprite, then move it to its target position. Good freaking find. All right, reload our level that we just made. Boom. Good freaking find. Holy cow, that stuff. Wait, did that? Is that how? Oh, because it rolled off the, okay, I get it. No, that's totally it. That's totally it. If you want a gate like that with an urchin, one thing I can think of, I think this will work. Wait, without the balloon. Without the balloon. Boom. Easy peasy. Actually, you could even... No, actually, you could get through that. Never mind. We settled on... Okay, yeah. No, I get you. Yeah, that is patched now. Bug fix. Enemies on balloons / motors now get properly destroyed by baseballs, shells, etc. There you go. Okay, we're adding an enemy, guys. We're adding our flying snail. Oh, he's beautiful. Oh, look at him in all his majesty. All right, we need to merge these graphical layers. Crop. What are we gonna call this? What are we gonna call this work of art? He's blue like Drew. Let me see what the other one was. Weighted platform gets stuck when the item on it hits the ground. Weighted platform gets stuck when the item on it hits the ground. Oh. Oh, yes. Ah, but it should not be completely... Oh, yeah. So, right now... Oh, okay, yellow is... What is yellow? Is yellow good? Yellow is original state. Yellow is original state. Green is return. Red is go, of course. Oh yeah, and it's like, hey, yeah, I'm in my original state. That's weird. Call him Drew. Let's see here. That is a weird one. All right, we'll figure that one out at some point, Pixel. I don't know if we're gonna get to that one tonight because we're already almost done. Ah. Okay. Sapphire snail. For the color. We can make all the snails different gemstones. Fitting with other... What, you don't like Bee with sunglasses? I thought Bee with sunglasses was pretty cool. I forgot to change his name to Cool Bee. A fish was inspired, and you cannot convince me otherwise. All right, Sapphire Snail is now an image file. All right, Sapphire Snail. He has 2 columns, 1 row. He is an enemy, but also a platform. So he's very closely related to the clam. That is his closest relative, despite his appearance. Sapphire Snail.ts. Sapphire Snail extends enemy. And we also want to pull up snail code because I want to check height and width. Snails are 11 by 10. Didn't expect them to be that tall. But we're going to keep that. 11 by 10. And snails have an X offset value of 3. Okay. Sapphire Snail. Column equal. For now, we're just gonna say age mod 2. No. Age divided by 10. Math.floor on that. Age and then mod 2. And just so it'll just toggle back and forth. Yeah, X-flip is fine for now. Player standing on is important. This damages player. Oh, this one's tricky. Can stand on is true. Let me make sure I'm doing that right. Okay, yes. So if the sprite is an enemy and you are landing on top of it, then do whatever bounce code. Where'd my music go? Oh, it's because this one keeps resetting. There we go. If you're landing on top of an enemy, do the bounce code. Landing on top is not the same as about to overlap from above. Ah, because sprite can be bounced on. If it can be bounced on, then bounce on it with the bounce code. If it can't be bounced on it, but you're still about to overlap it, check if you're allowed to stand on it. Clams, you can stand on them, which means like you're about to overlap them, but they have special code that says they kind of act as a platform. So it's like, okay, do nothing. It's safe. Otherwise, if you're like about to land on an enemy and it says, okay, you can't bounce on it, you can't stand on it, then you might take damage, and you got to be prepared for that. So we're gonna say, yes, can stand on it, does damage player, does count as a platform, cannot be bounced on. All right, guys. Here's your chance to change the fate of the sapphire snail. Does the sapphire snail pass through solid tiles or not? What do you guys think? I'm gonna be doing some boring stuff here. Direction. You say yes, he can pass through solid tiles. I can respect that. Frame plus plus. It's dot frame divided by 10, and that way, if we're standing on it, all right, this is gonna be great. We're gonna make it so that it speeds up its animation if you are standing on it. Let's see, it's gonna be like. Maybe we'd just double up his animation. I don't know. We'll try that. Let's see. Apply gravity. Apply inertia. React to water. We're gonna say yes on react to water. Well, I'm feeling flappy tonight. All right. His target speed. Well, maybe we'll go with the snail's target speed here. 0.2. Now see, this right here is special code that includes all of this extra stuff about, oh, are you touching the ground? Are you touching the walls? Are you on the ground? But we don't care about any of that because we're flying and we're not touching tiles ever. So we don't have to do any of this patrolling stuff. We can just say, set my speed equal to my direction times 0.2. Oh, turning them around though. I guess you can't really turn parabeetles around, can you? Oh, define which direction it heads in. The problem I had with them is they could only go right without spawners. Yes, okay. All right, here's one of those things where I was talking about where once we can add a, like, cycle through different sprites, this will be great. What we can do is, temporarily, we could just have two different sprites, a left one and a right one, and that's it. You put a left one down or a right one down, doesn't matter. All we do is change what the initial, yeah. It's like, it's not great, but it works. Okay, so we're gonna say that we have a target y velocity. Target dy is, it's got to be pretty low. So normally it is 0. Once you start standing on it, it starts going down and then back up, right? No, let's just straight up set its dy value. I think that's fine. As soon as you're not standing on it, that's when we change it. Okay, if player is standing on it, then this dot dy. Hang on, let's do this. What are we gonna do? Dips for a few frames, yeah. So let's have a value of was player on last frame, which defaults to false. As soon as the player stands on it, we're gonna base some information on it, and then we're gonna say, okay, and now yes it was, or no it wasn't. Actually, we can get away with one less line by just saying that at the very end. Not yet. I have not published any of this update yet tonight. We'll get there. As soon as the player is standing on it, if the player was on it last frame, then set the dy value equal to 0.15. Now let's just do it even, 0.2, and then start bumping up by 0.02, a tenth of it, so it'll take 10 frames to slow down, 10 frames to start going back up. Let's start with that and work from there. That doesn't seem like enough. Let's go 20 frames. And then if this .dy ever exceeds going up at a rate more than 0.2, then this .dy equals negative 0.2. And then as soon as the player is no longer standing on it, we immediately revert to 0. I think that works. And then we need to add it to the editor and our sprite list, which is our Grandmaster list of sprites. That just keeps the order of things correct. All right, enemies. Editor, enemies. Let's look for crab. Find crab. Oh wait, it's Professor Snips. It's Dr. Snips. Oh my goodness. We'll put him next to snail. All right, I think that's all we need. We're gonna give it a go. Oh wait, no, it's not. That's not all we need, because we need to add the code to the actual page. So I'll put it in right around here. Now we're ready. All right, let's see if it works. There he is. Oh, there he goes. All right, first off, can I die from hitting him? Yes, good. Second, can I ride on him? Yes. Ooh. Buddy, you gotta pull up. You gotta pull up. Hey, you know what? That's not bad. That's not bad. He didn't pull up, though. Why did he not pull up? Player standing on. Oh, there it is. If he wasn't on it last time, I think that's it. Oh yeah, I guess that is a thing. That's a legit snail type there. Oh no. We broke his spirit. All right, this is the fun part, guys. I don't know if you know. This is the fun part of video games when you're building them. All right, player is standing on him. If the player was on him already last frame, no, that should be if the player was not on him last frame, set dy equal to 0.2. Obviously, that's too fast, right? Is that the problem? And then immediately start reducing that. That's probably just way too fast. Yeah, we're gonna try and do this every week if we can. I would love to. Just to get like new enemies chugged out every week. New gadgets, new bug fixes. Nope, that ain't it. All right, hold on. That's so weird. Why does he do that? What am I doing wrong here? All right. If the player was not on that last frame, then go ahead and set his velocity of downward 0.02. Then reduce that velocity, that is, start moving up slightly by a tiny fraction. And then if we're going up so fast that we're actually going up at 0.2, then cap it. As soon as the player is not on it, set it equal to 0. Oh, what is this? What is this about? We don't want him to have gravity. Okay, well that 0.02 is probably going to be awful now. That was it. Gravity was turned on for this poor snail. All right, he doesn't curve much, but it is doing the thing. Okay, so we want him to sink for longer. The upward speed looks actually pretty good. That actually looks about right. Dupu kind of blends in sometimes. Get a little bit more of this apple juice. It's carbonated. Yeah, I really like the idea of having like a ruby snail, an emerald snail. Okay, he needs to go down farther, which means we want that initial dip to be not too much. We're gonna kind of go for 0.4. Ultimate snail. I'm not sold on having a Yoshi. I'm not totally against it. But I don't know if it will really fit. Oh, that feels pretty good. Now, I think right now, as soon as I stop, he, like, abruptly switches to 0 velocity. I feel like he should slow to a stop. Right? So he's going up at 0.2, and then once the player is no longer on it, he should slow down, but not abruptly switch to 0. So we're going to say increase the velocity by 0.03, and as soon as it exceeds 0, cap it. Have a good one, Bowser. Oops, I played muted. Whatever. Now it got awkwardly quiet. I'm not seeing it much there. Let's reduce that amount. And that should make it take 20 frames to slow down. Yeah, previously it would have been 6 frames. You wouldn't notice that. We gotta get this just right. Oh, that's it, that's it. I know it's like super subtle. Especially when the camera angle is so pulled in. All right. Yeah, he slows to a stop. Now the problem is, oh, you know what? Here's the problem now. When I go down, he's still abruptly stopping because he's got a downward velocity. So instead of doing this, where it's just approach 0 from one direction, I think what I want is if dy is greater than 0, then reduce by 0.1 until we dip below 0. Else, if this .dy is less than 0, that is, if we are moving upward, then let's do the opposite code. Okay, so this way, it should basically just approach 0 smoothly from whatever direction it's currently going. And I think that's it. I think once we do that... Oh, and we need to add a rightward variant. Whoops. Oh, you can slip off of him, and it will hurt. Okay, he slows. Oh, he's... Oh, ooh. That might be a bit much, actually. Like, that's... You tap him, and he immediately, like, keeps moving. Maybe if he is traveling downward, he can slow down faster to a stop. Let's see if that looks a bit better. Yeah, that does actually. Is that what we're looking for? What do you guys think? And then we go up. Oh, what do we do? That means we can stack him now. Woohoo! I feel like he wants to fly away. Uh-oh! Oh, no! He did. He just went and did it. Moon theme intensifies. Hey, that's not the one. Yeah, he just slowly breaks away. All right, opposite stack should just be like this. Yeah, that's expected. And it does pause the stack. That's so funny. No, so dynamic stacking, stacking only happens at level load. On the level load, every sprite checks to see if it has been placed adjacent to one above or below. And then they stack like that. That is so goofy. All right, so what about this? This would also break. Yeah, I can see him. He's breaking free. He's breaking free. And yeah, we have liftoff. Honestly, pretty good idea there, True. I think we'll say if you are... Actually, that should probably be something for every enemy once it gets too far off screen. I'm going to put that in the shared enemy code. I don't think any enemy should survive being too far over the top of the screen. Okay, so what's this deal with the stack code? Why are they breaking off? Yeah. Get unstuck from the stack. A wall can kind of push them off. Like you can scrape sprites off the top of a wall. Or off the top of another sprite with a wall. For instance. Just the basic case, that will work. I don't know. So there used to be a case where Schubert, when he was hit for the first time, he like starts going faster, and his new speed was fast enough such that he could actually just break off of a stack just by having enough velocity. So there's probably something like that going on. Okay, enemy update. After it does everything else, if this dot y is above this dot layer dot map dot, no, it's layer dot get min. Oh wait, min 0 is always 0. Or min y is always 0. So we just want to set negative value. Let's say, how many tiles? How many tiles? Negative 4 tiles over the screen. Went too far. Delete. All right, so we'll just set it to active, and then it'll get cleaned up correctly and safely. He's just peace out, dudes. And so let's see what the deal is with stack. There's the code that handles when you jump on a stack of enemies. This is what causes the enemies below it to temporarily pause. They got a stack stun. Okay, stack. If you are stacked on an enemy, then you have a target X. If the distance from target X is greater than a certain amount, then you're no longer stacked on it. Otherwise, if you are still within horizontal stacking distance, then your target Y is, oh, here it is, vertical restack speed. Vertical restack speed is a thing. What case was this trying to handle? I don't remember the details on this, but basically if an enemy is like, what is the reasoning there? Is this it? No, because they'll fall at the same speed. Is it something like this? That's it. Okay, check this out. This is why this exists. This is a dumb edge case, but basically this. No, don't give me the semi-solid. Just give me the slope. So check this out. This right here. This is maybe hard to tell what's happening here. But these pigs are not exactly a full tile tall. It's happening! Germ Dove, welcome. And thank you for writing Super Mario World. I hope that was a blast. Was it only a Super Mario World stream tonight? Maybe a multi-game?
Cheer 200.
True, thank you. Appreciate that. Only Super Mario World, no good games. Unfortunate. We're learning about pig physics. This game has pig physics, guys. All right, so here's the magic. Pigs are smaller than a full tile. Barely. Behold this pig stack right here. Here's our measuring tape right here. This is how tall the pigs are. But wait, look. They're a little bit shorter than that. They're about a pixel shorter than a tile. So what happens here is I've got these two pigs. These two pigs are under the semi-solid. This third pig is actually on top of the semi-solid. But he stays stacked. Actually, this would probably be even easier to see if I really went gung-ho on this and went for more pigs. Oh, never mind. That broke it even worse. The point is that the pigs will get separated slightly by that little slope shenanigan, but when they come back around, they refuse. They refuse to be separated. And so that is why there is like a sort of rubber band effect with stacks vertically. Is if they get a little bit separated, they can snap back together. Oh, wait, no, that's not it. That's not the only reason. That's not the only reason. Oh, I'm ringing. Hold on. Okay, it was nothing. This is the reason. Guys, why didn't I think of this? This is the reason why there's stack refusing. Well, that was a bad example because I hit multiple pigs with one shot because I'm a gamer. Put me right here. Boom. People were calling you, they were demanding an official midair. No! All right, you see what happens there? The stack breaks and then reforms, okay? But it has a certain maximum that it can withstand. The stack cannot be too crazy. So what do we look for? What are we looking for? We have D-stack forgiveness. That's what it is. D-stack forgiveness. Here we go. When the stack is broken, you have 10 frames to get that stack back together. And if you are not back within bounds in 10 frames, then this stack is broken. Guys, GermDove community, would you like to see a new enemy that we're programming tonight? And this is the reason that we're getting into all this mess. Say hello to the Sapphire Snail. A totally original concept. It is not. It's its own thing. So, why are we talking about stack breaking so much? Well, let me show you. And this is also the reason that we were playing the moon theme. Yeah, we have liftoff. It's so dumb. So what's happening is the snail wants to go up at a speed of what are we doing? What are we doing while we're standing on it? 0.02. Uh, 0.02. Oh, we decided we're gonna have gemstone snails. We're gonna have a ruby snail, an emerald snail, a diamond snail maybe. I don't know what they're gonna do and what they're gonna look like, but that's the plan. Nobody tell Turtle. We are chucking this game full of snails. So yeah. So the snail wants to go up at about 0.02 pixels per frame. And then the restack wants to pull it back down, but it can't. And so the snail escapes. Why can't it? Because the restack code happens for, I don't know why not. Oh, actually, okay. D-stack code doesn't affect velocity. It just moves your position. And so it's like keeping it in the right spot, but the speed keeps growing. It's building up velocity for 12 hours. So this snail is basically being held down tight by this code, but its velocity is still increasing. And as soon as it reaches a critical point, this vertical restack speed can't keep up anymore. And then the D-stack forgiveness timer kicks in. 10 frames go past, and the snail is still not within stacking distance, so it breaks the stack. On one hand, this is really funny to have like basically a classic like platform setup of, hey, it's a platform on a pig, and then you stand on it for a bit, and then like suddenly you just start flying away. I love the concept of that, but ultimately that would be super confusing if you had no idea about any of this background information. So we're gonna make that not happen. I think we're just gonna add some code that straight up says, if the snail is stacked on something, do not do the velocity changes. All of this DY stuff, we're not gonna do any of that. Actually, even the player standing on stuff, I don't think we're even gonna do that. No Python. If this dot stacked on, then do nothing. Otherwise, do all of this code. Don't change velocity. Actually, you know what? It should... No, that's fine. That's fine as is. All right, let's try it that way. Oh, too slow. Does this apply just to the top snail? Technically, it would apply to any snail as long as that snail is stacked on something. Oh, that doesn't look right. He's like not quite attached. What is this hitbox? All right, where's my hitbox button here? And why can I not access it right now? Oh, because I'm at 127. Okay. You guys watch this for a bit while I find my debug button. Full screen. Debug 3. Oh, here we go. 4. Window dot. Location. Dot. Equals. All right, that looks good. Okay, let's see if I can get that working. All right, so... Oh, snap. Dupu. You made it. $5,000. I should start increasing it by 1,000 at a time. All right. Guys, I'm going to show you some magic that I bet you've always wanted to see. Yeah, there it goes. Now it's working. There was a gap. There was a gap there. Behold the debug button. Super secret debug button. I need a darker background. We can actually view in real time. We can see the pixels. Now what's going on? What's going on here? There's a big old gap there. Hovercat is actually not home right now, so I'm safe to stay up for a little while longer. I don't like this gap. This is fine. There's no gap here. Why is there a gap here? Huh. Whoa, that's even weirder. Pig on snail. Snail on pig. Like, that looks fine. Huh. Hold on now. What is going on here? That's fine. Yeah, what we expect to see is these hitboxes bordering each other. Yeah, like look at this. This one is fine, and these are wrong. These are weird size sprites, but their hitboxes are correctly neighboring. What about just a snail? That is also fine. So it's not the size of the snail itself. And that is fine. That's so bizarre. Yeah, let me take another look at that, huh? Ah, good point. Snails are very strange. Okay. Yeah, this is only affecting its velocity. The only thing that gets changed here is if you're stacked on something, don't change your velocity. Otherwise, alter your velocity based on rules. Oh, does that mean I need gravity? Is that what it is? That might be it, actually. I might actually just need gravity. Grab that. I bet that's it. That does... No, that does not look like it. But the point is, with a stack... You're supposed to move the velocity of the entity. Do I have a weird velocity thing going on here with... All right. Show me... All right. First off, let's delete a lot of excess sprites here. All right. Okay, freeze. Okay, we have 27 sprites. Jeez. All right, give me the first one. Okay. First one is fine, actually. Why is the first one fine? All right, let's just... That didn't work exactly as I was hoping, but it's fine. Snail, snail, snail. Yeah, that's the weird thing right there. On sprites, 73. Okay, so this first one is our top snail. 50, 12, and then 11. Yeah, 12 pixels away, 11 pixels away. Try to hang a stack from its top? What? Oh, do you mean like, reorder them like this? That's... No, it's still... consistently... Putting one of them... One of them is one more pixel away than the others. I don't like that. Why is that happening? Target Y. Okay, let's read through this. I am top snail. I am stacked on an item at location 62, and my height is 11, and its height is also 11. So 12 pixels to a tile. All right, so my target Y is the sprite I'm stacked onto's Y value, 62, minus my height, 11. So my target should be 51. What's my DY value? 0. Okay, that's right. I don't know if that's it. No, at 50, you'd be at 48. You'd be at 48 on your original location. Well, the reason I want to be at 51 is because I'm stacked on a sprite that's at 62 that is 11 pixels tall. So keep in mind that we are not in a Cartesian, like a Y up is negative. That is it. Trust me. Y up is negative. So yeah, my target Y is 61. I know. Da, da. 61. Vertical restack speed is 1.5. My stack is too low. So I should be setting my Y value equal to my target Y. All right, let's just store this as temp1, and then just copy this code. Except instead of this, it's temp1. So target Y is in fact 51. Okay. What's our distance from target? 1. If the stack is too low, which is to say, temp1 Y value is yep, so that's true. Is temp1 on ground? True. True. Uh-oh. I figured it out. The snails are ground. The same code that allows semi-solids to break stacks is preventing these snails from going down because they think they're already on ground. Wow. Oh no! They're on ground. Oh, geez. Okay. Where are we setting that? Parent sprite. Is it because they're on a parent sprite? No, it's not considered that. It's from... this one? No, that's slope solidity. Wait, where is that coming from? Uh-oh. Where's that coming from? Wait, actually, that's kind of weird. We have no parent sprite. parent sprite is basically just what sprite you're standing on, not stacked on. This is like a platform. So... Huh. Alright, all the code that handles getting you on the ground, setting is ground to true, it's all based on react to solids or react to platforms. And both of those happen in react to platforms and solids, which if you are an enemy, that should only get called if you respect solid tiles. Oh! Ah! 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 Is on ground defaults to true. I don't think that's how it should be. You should start not being on ground, I think. We'll find out. Let's see if this breaks everything. Wow, what a small thing. Surely not, Dooku. What could you possibly be thinking that would happen if we default every item to initially not being on the ground? All right, well, that fixed the stack. I do notice that... I do notice one thing of note is that our player in the editor, Dabble, looks quite surprised to be here now. Even in the button, he started jumping. So this is a little peek into the fact that the button icons are dynamically generated. They are based on what would be drawn in the first frame of the sprite existing in the world. Does anything else look goofy now? I don't think anything else would look weird from being off the ground. That's really dumb. That's the power-up stage. He's just sliding around on his heelys everywhere. Oh, okay. All right, well, let's not do that. Instead, the sprite code... Okay. Oops. All right. Dabble T-pose. All right. So all I've done is added shared code that says, all right, we're standing still again. Default is on ground to true, but if you are a sprite that cannot interact with solid tiles, then set it to false. Oh my gosh, that was such a goofy little bug. Okay, but he's there, he's happy. We're gonna add an alternate version of him that faces the opposite direction, right? Like that's what we all want. Is that something we want to do, or is that something that should be handled differently? Like, should there be like some setting that you can add to all sprites somehow? I don't have anything in the editor code that makes that possible. Set it true only for the player, but that would affect everything, and I don't know what that would break. Yeah, setting would be ideal, because what if you want your pig to start by going to the right? Good dirty fix for now. You could do a special trigger like we do for camera motion. Like right now, there's hidden camera triggers that you can put in specific places to activate things like auto scroll mode. Yeah, I don't want to do something like that. But what if we had like a specific trigger that you could put under a sprite? Well, this one's different because this is a sprite, not a tile. Imagine there was a special tile you could put. Oh wait, that's a sprite too, isn't it? Imagine if there was a special tile that you could place behind a sprite, and when that sprite initializes, it reverses its initial direction. I don't know, Dupu. Can you? Sprite inside of more slopes. More slopes. Slopes are beautiful and perfect. This will not work. This will not work. Like, this is tempting of saying, like, oh, if you put an arrow under a sprite, but, like, no. Balloons are gadgets. Gadget, there's nothing special in the game code about gadget except for where I put it in the UI. Now, what does that do, though, Dupu? That's the question. Will it ever be possible to place just one slope tile? I don't know. It is kind of an awkward thing that you have to use this special pin and then you can like extract the tiles you want. But like, how many different slope tiles are there? There's 4 of them. There's 8 more. And there's 8 more. So we've got what, 20 different tiles per slope type? That is pretty huge. Well, because there's some things that, like camera triggers are sprites, but they're not really gadgets or enemies. Yeah, we got very steep slopes here. I do want to figure out, like, I would really like to figure out some way to do sprite directing that works for all sprites. You know? Well, see, that's the... So that would be like, that's how it works in the UI, but that's still not how it works under the hood. Better or worse, dying after a balloon flag puts you at where the flag was placed in the editor. That's correct. And I can't imagine how awful it would be if you could just respawn in an arbitrary position. Brilliant, Germ Dove. Yeah, it's like, once we do figure something out about how to make it actually happen, then yeah, something like double-click a sprite or something, that might be a viable way to actually get it to happen. But how do I make that work in the code? Because not everything even has a direction, for one thing. Add a pig, and I want it to start by going right. I like the idea of a special tile that somehow alters this. No one steal your idea. guys are devious. All right. So there is something, but it gets ugly naturally, which is there's an extra little bit of data that some sprites include. So let me pull one.
As much as I love this session, your bot says it's sleepy time. I must be responsible.
It is. I don't know if we're going to add the redirecting tonight, but that is something that needs to be figured out. So just note that rightward moving sprites will not be in 1.1, but they are marinating in my head somewhere. So let me pull up some of Pixel's level here. Let's do this one right. No, not Photoshop. All right, let's take a look. Let's take a look at a level. This is a level file right here. So first off, we're gonna break it apart by these pipe characters. Let's see here. There we go. Okay. So what we've got here, we've got main level data, reverse card on the wire layer. Now we're talking. Ah! Yeah, so that represents something like 64 blanks in a row or something. I don't remember the exact details. So then within each section, there's usually some semicolons. So these 5 right here are the layers. That's like water layer, backdrop layer, water layer, main layer, semi-solid layer, wire layer. So we don't care about that. Ah! But the breakdown is that it's divided into, I think, 3 character chunks. And each of those encodes what level tile it is, which is 2 characters, followed by an encoding of how many of that tile in a row there are. So AA represents tile ID 0, and backslash represents, I want to say, maybe 63 of that item, maybe 64, I don't remember. So it's saying 64 of nothing, followed by 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 however much more nothing. So you see this a lot, the AA slash AA slash AA slash. Oh, excuse me, that is a /. Thank you, Germ. And then this is like 64 of nothing, 13 of nothing, and then something different, 4 or maybe 3 of this tile. So anyway, that's how the layers are stored. Metadata, we've got version number. I think that's map height. That's
Would
just
you be
used...
willing to rewrite all this into Python so I can understand? Smiley face.
Oh, green. TypeScript is wonderful. Trust me. I had to go looking for that. Map height is just, it makes it easier to unpack everything. And then there's some settings for the level, such as, is it water mode? Is it sprite water mode? And then what music ID is it? So that's the top line. This is the background right here. This is all just background stuff. Nice. Nice. Dubu does have 420 tokens. Nice. So this is sky color right here, followed by the 5. Let me see if I can break this apart correctly. There we go. I think it's something like this. Yeah, I think these are the 4 layers, and then I don't remember what all this is. Start and stop of the gradient, I guess, and then opacity of the gradient is somewhere in there. And then this right here, the final section, This is the piece we actually care about. These are the sprites. This is the sprite code right here. Semicolon delimited. Nice. First two characters encode what sprite ID it is, which that is based on this sprite list. It's just the index into this massive list, of which there are less than 80. There's a lot of extra blanks in there. But that's got enough space for, 64 squared, which is quite a bit, which is good. That should hold us off for a while before we have to rewrite everything. Then we store in the X coordinate and the Y coordinate. And I think that's, again, this calculator. 4,096 tiles, which 4,096 tiles, that should be enough for anyone. Please don't go past 4,096. It will probably break something. But there is something special. There's something very special about platforms. Let's go ahead and save this. Let's take a look.
I'm learning
at this.
Python at university this fall. Smiley face. This is all fun, but I wish I could help.
It's all right. It's all right. So check this out. So I pasted a 3-length platform, and now a longer platform, and you can see the difference here is there's extra data stored at the end here that normally is not there. Normally we just store ID of the sprite, X, Y, and that's it. Data AF. And this is in fact storing the length of the sprite, like the length of the platform. So every sprite has the ability. What's the max level length? Well, the max uploadable level is only around 4,000 bytes of data. But actual lengthwise, I do not know. I hope you don't go past 4,096, because that could create some problems. That would be, what, 200 screens wide? I think it's 20, yeah, like, it's about 20 tiles across. So yeah, you'd have to go pretty far. Yeah, 200 screens worth before things start. That's the far lands. Don't do it. So yeah. The game code is set up so that we can add like an arbitrary number of additional properties to the end of any individual sprite, and that's all like that would all be valid. But we have to kind of manually consume them, and that gets ugly. Platforms all follow the same code. So they have like a special, they all have a kind of, it's ugly one place in the code, and then everything else is fine with it. More or less. But yeah, it's just basically a list of predefined properties. So I could conceivably say that every enemy has to use one of those extra properties to indicate that they are horizontally reversed. So that means that rightward-facing enemies would technically take up a little bit more extra space in the file. Honestly, that's not a big deal. I have to make sure that only enemies are flipped. Like, I don't want you to have the ability to flip a platform because that doesn't actually work. No, but what if someday I add a platform that would work for? Like, what if I wanted to add little number platforms, you know? The idea was that those things could be used for stuff like if you wanted to change the height of a Snowdom pole. What are they? Snowdom pole. Like right now, these guys are always a set length. Like, what if you wanted to make them taller? And it's like, well, you just gotta stack them. Enjoy your weird thing. Duh, that's ugly. So it's like there's stuff you can do with that, but like I wanted to preserve the editor properties list for those weird things like that. Snouter's always facing the same way. Ah, because right now, if you stack them, then they switch after every fire, don't they? Wait, no, they don't. Ah! I caught one. That was weird. Wait, so do they... They don't follow me. Well, there's a way to keep them facing left, at least. Uh-oh, that's never good. Oh, okay. Interesting. Does it have to be stacked on something? Had on a regular block. Yeah, the stack is a way to get it to stay facing the direction that you want it to. Yeah, otherwise he will patrol back and forth. Because that's what he does. He just walks until he reaches an edge, then he turns around and goes back the other way. If you want him to stay facing one way, as long as it's the way the player starts, like right here, he's gonna face, I'm gonna spawn over here, so he's gonna start by facing right. He faces the same direction as whatever he's stacked on, if he's stacked. Now that said, aren't there some, do these change direction? Oh, wait a second, hang on. Well, this is something. I forgot about this, but I just need actual ground. I just need ground. Forget all this. What was I thinking? Why didn't I just go grab some ground? So, Prig Legs, although they don't show it, they actually change the direction that they are facing every time they bounce, even though you'd never notice. So what if... Oh, that's dumb. Oh, that's dumb. Ooh, ho, ho. What if we make it even... Wait, what if they don't actually land? Okay, then they don't bounce. But then what if they are bouncing back and forth really fast? Oh, that's good. Yep, love that. Love that. That's my favorite. No. No, not quite. Oh well. I'm just showing you guys how to make terrible garbage. Yeah, but I want it to kind of land, sort of, I guess. Do I want it to land? Oh, see, now it's never gonna change direction. Which we already had something like that. The total garbage utility belt. Excellent. Alright, let's add, added sapphire snails to the roster. Go, one more for the version history update there. Hovercat still hasn't texted me. She must be having... Oh wait, yes she has. Do not disturb switched on because it's past my bedtime. Okay, she's about to head home, but she's gonna need a snack because she hasn't eaten much. So the stream can continue for a bit longer. Quick, what else do we want in version 1.1? Is this even 1.1 or is this 1.0.2? Like, it doesn't feel like a big feature. We added snails. Honestly, I don't know what I'm going to consider major updates and minor updates. Retry from start, from stage complete screen with select. Ah, yes. That's true. I guess if it's bug fixes, that's a minor update. If there's any actual new elements to add, that's a you know, major update. But it's not really a major update. Pulleys. Oh, geez, I have considered that. Like, seesaws would suck to code. Because that's like a dynamic slope. That would be terrible. This engine is not designed for that. Like, it was... Slopes, period, were a pain to get working. And as you can tell, anytime anybody does something with, like, a slope on its own without the tail, like, things are bad. Oh, that can't be good. Yeah, seriously. But pulleys, yes, that could be something. That was neat. It was neat, but it was wrong. It slowed down weirdly. I don't, like, the slowing down makes sense. The fact that it kept flying off does not. That feels like a bug. Let's take a look at that. That is a snouter bullet. Snouter bullets. They... They just have inertia. Do they... Why do they do that? Why do they do that, though? Wait, what? Is that something with slopes in general? Like, slopes slow the player down a bit. Is that what's happening there? Is, push out of slopes. Ugh. My eye. Yeah, rolling thing. It doesn't roll, right? So baseballs have special rolling physics. Ooh, that would be fun. So... I feel like if the snouter bullet is on a slope, it should switch to a rolling mode, and gravity should turn on for it. I didn't bring my water up, did I? It's alright, I can program with one eye. A key door. Oh, that does remind me, there's something goofy with doors. Okay, so we are finding the things that are doors, and you're gonna overlap the door, but also, I don't want you to be too far away from the base of the door. Like right now, if your feet are touching the top of the door, that's no good. A gold gear that needs a key. That could be interesting. Let's see here. And the distance between the door's height and the player's, or the, oh wait, no, it's Y, it's the bottom. Bottom is less than 2. That sounds good. All right, that's fixed. Should be fixed. So the issue was that for some dumb reason. Yeah, that's much cleaner. All right. Okay. That one was bugging me. Like my eye is bugging me.
I'm sure a good old def collision, level, while height equals level, for object in, stack, ground if object equals ground, level equals true else, return level shall smug.
Perfect. Hey, Theron. Getting a few bug fixes in for this version here. Alright, so what were we about to... So, a key require... So, can't you... I know that like, thematically, this isn't exactly what you're looking for, I don't think, but you can just, like, wrap a gear. Is that enough right there? Yeah. Like, that becomes a key required... Oh, okay. And then same with...
Collision,
Ooh, you can't
moon
really see
viewing
that.
ceremony, while moon viewing ceremony equals moon viewing ceremony, for moon viewing ceremony in, moon viewing ceremony, moon viewing ceremony
Theron.
if moon viewing ceremony equals moon viewing ceremony equals moon viewing ceremony else, return moon viewing ceremony.
Perfect ideas. Let's see, let me scroll up a bit. Oh yes, being able to hit select on the success menu. So that is pretty easy. So let's see here. We will say if is key pressed, reset, initial press only, so you can't just hold it, and you've been on the menu for 1 second at least, then we can do the start over code. We're just gonna copy paste this, honestly, because we're lazy tonight. We're just gonna say start level over. Now I can't actually check that from this debug menu because this one does not have any API access. So what we're gonna do is I'm going to output that to the big code, like the backend code. Wait for that to load. Preparing solution. This is the full-on C# project that I'm not even showing. That's where all the SQL is.
For each, moon in sky, while, location equals rice field, moon viewing ceremony.
Perfect. Authorize Discord. And boom, let's play a little bit now. Oh, wait. Unmute. Okay. All right. Let's pick one of the early levels. One that has music, preferably. I have not beat Leech's level. I can't consistently get myself in the right Y position when I clip through the ground. Move right first. Ah. Makes sense, makes sense. All right, reset button. Go, 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 go. It's not working. Oh, I know why it's not working. I need to actually empty cache, hard reload. Maybe not. Hello? So, A button works. PB! Okay, so let's take a look at, is it actually using the correct code? Which should be in the level success menu update code. Show me level success. Show me update code. No, it is not there. So the code is not there. Oh, I think I see why. I'm opening the wrong backend version. Okay, so now if I... There we go. Test it. Oh, and now let's hard reload. Oh my gosh. This is the dumb start. Oh, Sapphire Snail is not... Okay, well, that's good news at least. I need to copy paste the index code here. And let's see, did that work? That did not work. It's right there. Hello? But what? Maybe? Hey! Alright, we're back. Okay, that did work. Oh, but... Couldn't find a consistent way to make enemies walk to the right with a wire trigger. Spawn jank is best jank. Okay. So a potential change here. Level success menu. Key action reset. What if we say... So right now, it has to be the... Well, it does have to be the first instance. That's interesting. I think people would really appreciate it if you did not have to wait. Like, you could just hold the button down. Like, that would be good, right? I'm holding select. Oh, yeah. That's what the people want, right? That's it. All right, we got it. Whew. After the time submit, yes. Let's double check that piece of the code. Let's see here. Pop death counter. Log level play done happens here. Where does this happen? Okay, it happens as soon as you touch the gold gear. Yeah, it happens as soon as the menu comes up. All right, good, good. So it does log that. All right, this is coming out. This is coming out along quite nicely. We got a new enemy. We've got several bug fixes. All right. You can now tap the retry button on the level success menu. Okay. I actually have a Discord conversation about this that's months old about laser beams. And what it boils down to is I want to add laser beams, but if I'm gonna add laser beams as a system, that means I need to add mirrors that can reflect the laser beams. And if I'm gonna add mirrors that reflect the laser beams, they need to be able to do it at like 45-degree angle mirrors that can bounce it like that. And then if I add that, I should probably be able to swap the angle of the mirror with a wire. And I should probably be able to pick up the mirrors and carry them around. Oh gosh, prisms. That's true. And I've already got weird angle slopes, so I gotta do something with that too, don't I? You can now tap the retry button on the level success menu to immediately replay a beaten level. A level after beating it. Yeah, and then you gotta have like laser detector circuits. That's Hovercat just pulling into the garage there that I just heard. So yes, lasers are a system I want to do, but they're a big one. Yes, lasers would... Ooh, do they always kill? There might be multiple types. Oh yeah, camera reset trigger. Let's go ahead and tackle that. All right, camera triggers. Okay, so let's add another row here. McFix-It. What's going on, man? How you doing? We are doing some coding tonight. All right, so we need to add on our camera image file. I need to tell it that this is now 3 rows of tiles. And then I need to actually add the art, which will be, of course, the exact same thing with a different thing. Yeah, vertical transition, I made the art for it, and I played around with it. Here's the problem with the vertical transitions, and it's the same thing I had issue with in Shovel Knight, and I guess by extension some Mega Mans, which is dropping off the bottom of a screen kills you. So when I get to a place where it's like, oh, you can go down there, it's like, how can I visually tell the difference between a pit I can drop down in to transition the screen versus a pit that I drop down into to die? And typically, most of those games make no visual distinction. It all comes down to, well, the level is designed in such a way that it's obvious. I'm not the one designing the levels, so that doesn't work. So I shelved it. I'm still on the fence about making scroll lock a thing, but just no transitions. We want our palette. All right, we've done red, blue, green. Let's see here, a nice neutral yellow. Don't you trust your community? Reset. Just all pits are indicated as death. Let's do like a circle. I hope if I do a circly like recycle style arrow, people aren't gonna think that means that it makes the camera spin around. This community made grab jump levels on the day of release. Grab jumps are an intended mechanic and are designed in a friendly way with lots of leniency. Okay, see that's a good point right there, though. Okay, let's do like... Does this read as reset? Yeah, Celeste mods do well. But again, that's nothing in the game itself. That's the level designer. Is this obviously a reset? Like when you see this yellow arrow on the camera, is that what comes to mind? I could do an X, like, you know, it's removing all auto scroll triggers kind of thing. Spinning, it does look like spinning camera. That's my concern there. All right. It's make the camera spin. All right, let's just put a big X to say no camera. Normal camera, default camera, pause camera. What about, hang on, I got an idea. What about, it's so obvious. What does the camera normally do, guys? What does the camera normally do? The answer's right in front of us. So, I can bring you some cashews. 5 pounds, very nice to food. Yeah. It normally follows the Dabble himself. I'm gonna get some cashews and I'll be right back. All right. They go back to following the player indication. But see, this makes it look like he's got Mickey Mouse ears.
How about just put a good old stop sign on the camera? Elmo, let's go find an octagon. Smiley face.
See, now I can't see the camera. Alright, trash that idea. Unless... maybe, like... this? Is that obvious? And then maybe we just move this up a little bit. We'll leave it. We'll leave it. I think it's reasonable. You can kind of see what's going on there. All right, save the image file. Camera triggers. Where are our camera scroll triggers? All right, regular music for a bit. Camera scroll trigger. It takes a direction. Yeah, that's true. That'll help. Yeah, look at each of these takes a direction. And a frame column. Yes, this does need to be its own thing. Oh, I can do this. Notice this. You can only imagine what horrible things would happen if this wasn't here. just weird, meaningless symbols? One. All right. Direction or null. That's gonna break some stuff that I'm gonna have to fix. So I'm saying that direction can be null, as in no direction. So we need camera scroll reset, which has a direction of null, frame column 0, and frame row is 2. All right, now let's find the places where that's gonna break things. It was not the Mickey Mouse menu, as it turns out. All right, show me where that breaks things. Camera, that makes sense, line 54. It's in our systems. All right, right here. All right, so for every on-screen camera trigger, if it has a direction, then do these things. Else, let's see, where are we setting? Here we go, auto-scrolling horizontally. Where are we setting that? The reset button. Oh, thanks for the fruit. Ah, here it is. Okay, good. Do I just reset the whole camera? So that will undo the auto scroll speed. It will turn off the auto scroll horizontal and vertical. It will reset the target scale. Oh, but it will also restart the revitalize the already fired auto scroll triggers, and I don't think we want that. Yeah, I think we want to say if you have triggered a rightward auto scroll and then you trigger a reset, does going back let you re-trigger the rightward auto scroll? To some degree, I kind of feel like maybe it does. Actually, maybe it does. I might be okay with that. Let's put that in the sprite list. Well, that's the thing, is that what's going to keep you from scrolling back? Normally auto scroll would, or something. Or a one-way gate. See, what you're talking about there is ratcheting scrolling, which that is something I can also add. Like original SMB 1, like once you go right, you can't go back to the left. The camera only scrolls to the right. Honestly, that would be kind of neat. Camera zoom out, camera trigger, wait, camera scroll, reset. One-way transitions. You mean like you can transition into a room but not back out of it? Tricky, tricky. See, did I actually add that in? What is going on? Oh, snap. I left my palette in there. All right, this is the one. No, that's the live version of the code. Right here, let's just close this. Get a nice clean version hosted here. Okay, do I have it now? No, I don't. Oh wait, I have, it just looks wrong. All right, well, that's fine. Oh, but it looks fine there. All right, so let's see. So it scrolls, it scrolls, it scrolls. Ooh. I didn't like that. It snaps back. That's ugly. That's really ugly. It makes sense. Like, that is returning to normal camera behavior immediately. That's not great. Although, hang on, it could work with screen transition, though. Like right here, and you have to go... Oh, wait, no. Hello? Is that just how that works? I don't know about this one. Unless you allow it. See, we don't want to allow... I mean, we want to allow people to do some stupid stuff. Okay, the reset scroll. I didn't think about that. That doesn't work well. I'm gonna take that out for now. We will figure out a better way to do that. But as is, that's not great. Okay, so we got, if nothing else, we do have our new buddy. Honestly, works pretty well. And he's totally original. The best of them. And I like that this lets you make small moving platforms. Now what happens if I do this? Oh, you know what? Look at that. I got a bigger moving platform now. Not bad. A downward moving variant, as in like a ruby snail. And you know what? You can actually get a little extra momentum off these guys. Woo. Get a little speed boost off of them. And let me look at my my big master list here of stuff that you guys have told me we need. See if there's anything else I can knock out in like 5 or 10 minutes. Sprite killer. That needs more graphics because I want a little poof animation. That's UI stuff. That's a good question. What if the stack is falling? I think it should act as like a regular. Hang on, let's maybe make it fall slower. It acts as a regular platform that's falling. You got another new level? All right. You know what? That's as good a thing as any to finish up with. Wait, oh, not a new live level. Another bug. Alright. Another bug level. Oh no. Uh-oh. Sounds good, Al. I see. That's dumb. Ah. Yeah, there's lots of weird cases you can do with the little camera locks, especially if you make these little areas that are too small for a camera lock to work. Oh, well, I'll never wind up in there. Just get pooped out of the wall. There you go. Lovely. Straight in the hole. Duple, your sleep schedule. Pixel, your sleep schedule. Both of you. Dabble Worlds troll levels. Don't. I bet. I don't think I'll publish this tonight. I want to get a little bit more in the update available. Because right now it's like, what are we looking at here? Let's take a look. Like, sapphire snails, indicator arrows, a keyboard binding for a button that already works on controller, and tap retry on level success to retry. Oh, I mean, I'm cool with leaving the behavior as it is. It's like it's dumb and edge casey, but I'm okay with it. It doesn't feel like an outright like, okay, that doesn't make sense. Something's obviously wrong. I mean, this I do think we need pretty soon, because right now these enemies aren't getting destroyed properly. That's not a showstopper. This is weird, but like that's not like super impactful. I don't think doors are getting used, but not a ton in conjunction with falling platforms yet. And when they are, the level should still work the same. Just pops out of the wall. Feel free to break screen locks. They're a fun, nice thing when used responsibly. And if you use them irresponsibly, it is undefined behavior. Like, it will do something, but that something is subject to change. It might. Even if there's enough space on the other side. Interesting. that could be unexpected behavior, if that's the case. All right, we're done with all this stuff. Big arrows. Big arrows are still freaking me out why they don't work. I want the big arrows, but I don't know why they aren't working. Like, by all accounts, it should be okay. Maybe we do a little bit of troubleshooting before we call it a night, and then I'm gonna go to bed. Okay, so there is in the code some magic level layer. We cash out. I wonder if I can actually see this in the element list. We cash out. Oh, because we don't add it to the document. Yeah, not part of the DOM. So what happens is we cache out every layer is stored in a cached canvas. Let's see here. It's cached canvas equals document element canvas. So if we did document.body.append child. No, like, they shouldn't be. Okay, so what we need is, do we still have the test arrow on here? I don't think we do. Go. It's just one big image, right? I would love to get the big arrows, because that seems like such a nice to have sort of thing. Yeah, it's just one arrow, just one big arrow. Does the one different music icon imply new songs will be made? Yes, there will be new songs. It would be nice to get one new song per update if possible, along with one batch of just cosmetically different stuff. So that we can have like more options to choose from, more tiles. SMB2 theme. Well, I mean, I did leave that extra themes panel. Who knows what that might imply? All right, so we've got our image file. Then we need our little sprite here. Sprites level, no. Sprites gadgets, no. Was it level? Where did I put the stupid arrow? Oh, because it's not a sprite. Duh, it's a tile. Yeah, there we go. Big arrow. Then test 0, 0. It's in the same layer. Put him in the wire layer. I don't know if that's the right call. Upside down gravity, screen wrap. Oh, jeez. Screen wrap would be an interesting one. How would you do that if the screen is bigger than one screen wide? How would you do screen wrap in that case? Does it just force it to be one screen wide? All right, big arrow just pulls from the test layer. Big arrow. And then in the editor, big arrow. Then I gotta kick off the server again. There we go. Look at this. This is what's actually happening behind the scenes. These are the layers of a level. Isn't this interesting? Now you can see the breakdown. I draw it to these small canvases first, and I do those only when the tile changes, which is not very often while you're playing. And then every frame I draw from these 5 images and I throw them on top of each other, and that's much faster than drawing every tile that's on screen every frame. Alright, so level elements. Gadgets. Arrow up left. So what we should see there we go. Now it's redoing this every time I draw, but that's fine. Don't worry about it. So now when I add this one, what are we going to see happen? Oh. I get it. It's twice as big of a tile. So it's appearing at twice the distance. Okay. Now hold on. Player. No. Current map. Wire layer tiles. Column 0. What is our tile type? Big arrow. And then the next one should be blank. Air, yeah. But if I put this up here, yep. Yep, that's what it is. So the reason that the big tiles don't work is that they're too big. Something about where they are drawn on the canvas. So first I'll definitely get rid of this before I forget. The spot that they're drawn on the canvas is based on the tile's image size, which is not what we should be doing. It should be based on the layer tile size. So when we redraw a tile, or draw a section to a canvas, rather. All right, not water. Water is a special case because I don't know if you guys have noticed when you draw water. I don't know if you ever noticed the edges are like slightly different color at the corners and the bottom and the sides. It's the smallest thing. Those are not different tiles, though. Even within, like, the game code or anything, the only thing that's different is when you are drawing water. It just draws a different tile there. But they are identical tiles. It's just, there's a special rule for drawing water. Ugh. All right. No naked water, exactly. All right, here we go. I'm drawing based on the image tile width. But I should not be doing that. It should be based on, what am I drawing this to? A layer? I am a layer. This dot tile width. And this dot tile height. That's all it was. That's so dumb. Now, the next thing is that big arrows are not going to be centered properly. Or they're still going to be in the wrong position. That could also be a thing. What? Why? Tile width. No, tile width is right. Why? Indeed. I'm saying to draw it at position. Draw section to canvas. Yes. And then draw just that individual tile. Ah, here we go. Here we go. When I'm drawing just the individual tile, I'm looking at the tiles. Oh no, this is an image tile object. This is all sorts of different. So an image tile is not the same as a level tile. An image tile represents a single, like, rectangular slice of an image file. So when I take an image file and I want to draw it, I give it what destination I want within the game coordinate system. So I'm saying draw this big arrow to X position, which represents the column index, times the layer's tile width, which by all accounts should be just the number 12. Yeah. 2x2 spikes. Why would you want 2x2 spikes? Purely aesthetic. So the game. All right. So here's the thing. It's similar to slopes. So with slopes, I can let you place. I can let you place objects, but you'll always be able to break them apart. Which maybe that's not a terrible thing. It would basically be a spiky block that's only spiky from the left and the top, and then the 4 combinations thereof. So that's not out of the question. It would just be weird when you're placing it. Alright, so why am I telling this to place it in such a weird spot? So when I say set a tile, which is what I'm doing, I should be saying redraw that tile. Oh wait, here we go. There's the image tile height again. Okay. Instead of image tile width, this dot tile width. Oh, but don't like that. That's probably it, unfortunately. Yeah, okay. Now it gets placed in the right spot. And it gets replaced, okay. That's... Ooh. Uh-oh. What do we do about that? I didn't consider this, but, like, what's to stop you from just putting... Yeah. The arrow exists in this tile. This is the tile reserved for the arrow. if you put there's nothing stopping you from putting something in this tile. Say all 4 tiles of the arrow. Then we get back to the same issue with the slopes. Which is like, all right, yes, this combination here, this represents a slope, but nothing stops me from saying I'll take the bottom right corner of this 2x2 slope contraption. Or just this piece or something. And I'm kind of okay with that because you can make, decoratively, you can make some really cool shapes with this. Even though if you touch it, it's going to be very glitchy. But shape-wise, you can move, like, imagine what kind of trees you can make with this. Like, it's coming out twisted, gnarled trees with these triangles. Like, you can do some really cool stuff. But, you know, physics-wise, it sucks. But that just means that, like, yeah, see, I can take the arrow away. And redrawing, that's fine. It's going to be a little bit janky. I'm not too worried about that. Well, see, Green, that means more work. And that means it's like, is it worth it then to have an arrow that is centered on, or make all 4 arrow parts can be split? Exactly. It becomes, so if I do an arrow, then it becomes like you plop it down and it places here, 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 and here some triangle tiles that you can in turn like split apart and make pretty shapes with. And it's just up to the player to like make some pretty shapes with it. Yeah, you can overlap the arrow. Well, you wouldn't be able to overlap the arrows with anything on the same layer, like other wires. But you could overlap it with like background elements or main layer elements. My main concern is I don't want those to look like they're interactable. I don't want people to see like this much of an arrow and think, oh, that's a slope. Like I don't want the level designer to trick the player like that exactly and build things that look like terrain, but it's actually just like weird corners of an arrow, because then a new player sees it and they're like, wait, how did I just die? Broken game, never playing it again. I want to make sure that it's like, it's readable even if the maker does something very clever. I'm not saying no trolls. Just, I want to make things at least clear. Shadows, oh no. That's Mario Maker. Mario Maker has shadows. I'm gonna look more into the arrow idea. I like the idea of making it like an actual 2x2 object of sorts. I really need to make rotatable stuff. Oh, it's gonna be a pain. I need to shelve big arrows for now. Like, I'm happy that I got the basics of we can have things that are too big working, but they don't work in a very bad way. Small arrow is fine, yeah. If you want to have an indicator, shadows are easy to do. They surprisingly expensive operation. It's either I have to do a ton of work of making a shadow variant of every tile, or I have to add code that takes the terrain, recolors it all to a translucent gray, and then plops that down over the entire canvas every frame. Blue coins for spin jump indicators. Beautiful idea. All right, I'm calling it. We're going to bed, guys. End of stream. I'm not sticking around for raid. We did the thing. I need to sleep. It's late. Thank you all for the ideas tonight. We got a new enemy. I'm gonna shore this update up with more content than that. I want to get, if I can, I want to get more music, more just plain decorative tiles, like a whole tile set for the main terrain panel. More than, like, maybe another new enemy too. I don't know. So maybe we will do. I'll do some off-stream work on it, and then we'll do another game dev stream next Friday, and then whatever we get in all of that, that'll be the first real update. Cool, guys. This was fun. Hope you all have a wonderful whatever it is. What is today? Today's Friday. Oh no, Saturday's tomorrow. Oh geez. Okay. We'll make it work. Saturday. Okay, we can do that. We can do Saturday. Good night.